This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody. Well, welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve. This afternoon, we're sitting with such a beautiful antelope, which is a wildebeest. Seems to be a little bit of a threatened, which I'm not sure what is happening around here, but we'll probably find out. So jump aboard to your very own live safari through the African bush. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve again. We're still watching a beautiful wildebeest, which seems to be not happy with something. We're not sure what happened. They move a lot during the day. They see a lot that we don't see. My name's Andrew. On camera, I have Theo. This afternoon, we'll begin into this very beautiful open area where we'll be looking around for all animals, for everybody. Space looking around, not happy, but wish we can actually find out, but they cannot really reply to us. So, weather of today, it's a little bit warm, 22 degrees Celsius, 72 Fahrenheit. But also remember, everybody, we're coming to you live from this location, and you can also talk to us using hashtag WildEarth on Twitter, as well as at FC on YouTube channels. And also, if you are under the age of 18 years, you can still pop us an email on kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. But a simple way, you always register on the WildEarth website. Head over to the live safari page, and then you can submit your question there. We'll be answering them for you live. Doesn't really stationary or sticking around without this antelope. It's probably going to go. I'm also going to go around. So this afternoon, we're going to be focusing on looking for cats. Anything we're going to find. Nikki and Ngala also is going to be mobile, checking for everybody. Animal for everyone. And also, Trishal, she's also checking on the other side. So let's quickly take a look at the weather on our all few different locations.
I am so happy that it's nice and sunny this afternoon. It's beautiful and warm. We're here watching these kudu, a lovely cow and her little calf, eating away here near my favorite Belanites tree on the property. Now we are in kind of the westish bits of Djuma, and that's because we want to look for the lions this afternoon. Hopefully they'll be out and about and up and about in the evening. It's me, Trishala, with Morgan on camera, the visual stylings of Morgan this afternoon. And here's my lovely tree. Can never drive or stop here and not show it to you. So the lions were around this area, but a lot further south this morning. But by the time that drive had ended, another vehicle went to check in them while we were on our way back to camp, and the lions were no longer there. So we're going to track for a little bit, and along the way stop for all little things like our kudu Hopefully some elephants along the way too, and beautiful trees. It is pretty, isn't it? It's even more wonderful in summer. Well, there is a herd around here, or a small herd. I can hear them feeding, but this cow is really the only one we can see at the moment. They'll start moving further into the block because this block dips down into a drainage where they'll prefer to be eating. Hi, Martha. You'd like to know what is the most dominant antelope species in this area? It's an impala. Loads and loads and loads of impala all over this area. In the greater Kruger area, there's anything between 150,000 to 300,000 impala. So that's a lot. Very, very many impala. Most numerous antelope out here. Anyway, they're moving further in to the thickets, so let us continue our way south on Zoe's, see what we find. Now, the lions did quite a trip yesterday. When we had them, they were on Philemon's Dip, and they walked eastward into Torchwood, then they walked south, probably into Chitwa, Little Gowrie, and then came back in to Djuma, and then continued to move westward, which is why we're going to try and figure out where they've gone. And that'll be our focus for this afternoon. So now I'm going to send you over to Nikki so that he can say hi and tell you what his plans are for today.
So good afternoon to all our viewers. We're currently here at andBeyond in Ngala, and we're looking at a herd of elephants that are just feeding on the other side of the river. On our side, but more just on the bank of the river. And you can see this one is moving down in a direction towards the river. So you can see the landscape from the right to the left, how it slopes down. So the river's just off to our left. So I'm Nikki. I'm going to be a ranger this afternoon on drive, and on camera we have Owen. So as I'm just doing this, or as we're going through the intro, I can actually hear an elephant behind us somewhere. Right here, there's an elephant. There's actually quite a beautiful big tree there, and I can just see the silhouette, or I can see a bit of the outline of the elephant. Let's see, maybe this elephant comes out more into the open so we can have a better look at it. Sometimes it's incredible how easily an elephant can blend into the bush. But notice with most of the elephants that we have been looking at, have you noticed that they're all feeding? See, this one's trunks down, grabbing a bit of the grass into the mouth. So often elephants, after having a drink, maybe they could have come down from the river, had a drink, and now it's time to feed, just stretching up. See how they grab hold of the tree and then curl their trunk to break it down and put it into their mouth. And maybe after having a drink, they're going to start feeding again, because they need to eat quite a bit of food in order to sustain the big bodies of theirs. Even notice with the tusk how the first half of it is like a bright-ish white color, and the second half towards the base of the elephant's mouth, you'll notice that it's brown. Maybe earlier on today they could have had a bit of a mud wallow, and then as this elephant's moving through the vegetation, maybe grabbing some of the branches, using the tusk to brush it off or break it off to put it into its mouth, it's actually cleaned that part of the tusk. You know what I'm going to do is let's slowly creep forward. We don't want to get too close to these elephants because, like for me, it's also one of those things we don't really want to disturb them. We want to view them and not have an effect on them. So I'm going to move here, see if we can get a glimpse. But if we don't really get a better glimpse, we're going to carry on and go look for those lion cubs we had this morning. But let's try. I'm hoping to see, maybe as we carry on, we're going to slowly push down this road and hopefully get another glimpse. Ricky, the question you asked is quite interesting. I just wanted to confirm, are you asking, do elephants develop arthritis? Just want to see if I can get, it's actually another elephant in front of us here. I'm just going to stop here for now. If we give it some time, we might see this elephant move from the right to the left, like basically into an open area in front of us. Ricky, that's a very good question. I'm not too sure in regards to if an elephant would develop arthritis. I just don't think I've ever thought into it or read up enough about it to be able to give you an answer on that. But what I'll do, Ricky, is I'll try and find out and get back to you hopefully by tomorrow morning's drive. Now, this morning I had to get back in terms of how old baboons get in the wild. And I was right. It was close to anywhere from 25 to 30 years, but in captivity, apparently, they can live up to 40 years, which is quite for a baboon, it's quite a long time in comparison to most of the animals their size.
Well, not much is showing itself to us on the road just yet, but we're still taking a nice, easy drive. Speaking of elephants there with Nikki, I'm hoping we find some elephants. And I've found that with elephants, it's not safe to, of course, they may develop arthritis, absolutely, but I've found that it's not safe to assume that they'll have certain problems as a result of their size, because they have adaptations that help them deal with it, like the cushioning in their feet that creates a softer impact when they move. So it means it's easy on their joints. Now, we don't have that, so a person who is very, very large will have a problem with arthritis because they're large for what their body has been constructed for, whereas an elephant is not quite the same because of those special adaptations. Also, because they're larger, they have far more cells than we do, so theoretically there should be more rates of cancer in elephants than there are in other species. In fact, more rates than any other species besides maybe a whale. But that's not the case because of a special gene that they have that allows them to control or program their cell death earlier than other creatures, which means that the cell doesn't have a chance to mutate and become cancerous. It's called the P53 gene. They have 20 copies of it. We have 1 copy of it. So there's all these adaptations that they have to deal with their size. So I found it's not safe to make assumptions about what could be detrimental to them just because of their size.
Just try to move at a different angle to these elephants, and there's one that's picking up the trunk right now, and you can see the youngster just moving in the back. Now, Trishala was quite right with the arthritis and that with an elephant. We did some research now just to determine or just to find out a little bit more about it. So apparently they reckon that elephants in captivity are more prone to have something like arthritis because of the fact that they move less than these animals in the wild. Therefore, they pick up a lot more weight, and that results then, of course, into the arthritis, which will then have to be treated by a vet. Whereas in the wild, elephants can have it, but not to the extent of if you had to compare it against animals in a zoo or in captivity. Have a look at how this elephant's just resting her trunk on her tusk. You can see if you look on top of her back, notice the different color soil. So remember earlier we said maybe they've gone and put a bit of mud onto themselves. This one definitely put a bit of sand onto her back, maybe to cool herself down. There's a bit of cloud cover that's come in, but before that it was nice and warm. And imagine just a bit of sand onto the back. There's a breeze blowing. You'll see some of the vegetation moving around these elephants, and it just all helps to cool down. So we'll follow them, but if we can't get another view of them, I think let's carry on. There's another open area in front of us here, but there's also some elephants off to the left, so we don't want to get too close to them, especially all surprise them around the corner. But let's try and move slightly forward, see if we can get another gap of these elephants. Debbie, it is quite fascinating how they use their trunks. It's amazing how they use it as a tool. And even look at this one. Well, I'm just hoping that it didn't move in behind that tree. But you can even see that one now that's feeding off one of the saplings. And what it's actually doing is, as it's eating it, grinding it down with the teeth, it's using that trunk to align it and maneuver it around or in the mouth, in order to strip that outer bark off. You can see like the one side has this like it's brown because of the outer bark, and it comes out the other side of the mouth more like a whitish color. So this elephant's basically just like pushing this sapling through the mouth, pulling it the other side and stripping the outer bark off as it's going along. And throughout the months of doing WildEarth, I know we've chatted about it a while, but with elephants, they are seen as these ecological engineers. Walter, I agree with you. I can also just sit and watch a herd for hours, especially seeing how they can, when they move into an area, how they can feed off the grass. Like sometimes they use that tusk to push it into the bark of the tree, and then start stripping the bark off to see how they push over a tree to get to the roots, or maybe some of the top leaves that they can normally not get to. Even when they go into the river and they start digging for water in order to drink, it's really fascinating watching a herd like this. Even this female off to the right now, it's amazing, like, to have seen what she just did there. She took her trunk, wrapped it around this tree, quite a small tree, and then she used her feet to kick it out of the ground, to break it off. Because I'm sure, even though that trunk has so many different muscles in it, and it's so strong, still she needed that extra bit of just a lever to get it out, and she just used her feet. Kicked it out of the ground and now put it into her mouth. And you'll often see the youngsters, whenever they follow the mothers like this, and they'll try and copy what the mothers are doing. Even the young bulls, I've often seen how they copy the older bulls whenever they try and push over a tree or dig out a root. Just notice behind this mother there's a little one that's also either trying to break the grass off or trying to dig for a root. And it's very close to where the mom broke that tree or that little sapling out of the ground. Let's see. It's so beautiful. Even look at the clouds this afternoon. We're sitting here and we have all these elephants around us. The river's just off to the left, and then of course quite a few clouds rolling in. It's a beautiful scene. In the meantime, while we just sit and enjoy this, let's head across to Andrew.
So everybody, we got a beautiful, a decent male waterbuck sitting down or lying down chewing a cud. You can tell how these well spread up one and they're well developed. He may not be alone with all those impalas now. You can see these male impala also going through the females. And those are oxpeckers. Oh yeah, and we got a hippo in the way down a distance there. We're actually down the Gary Dam, so we can see 3 of a hippo. They're just basking out the water. Quite a lot to see out here. There's a red-billed hornbill searching for possible food on the ground. It's very such a strong beak to be able to disturb sand and then get all over. Usually feed on insect, these wood termites and all of these small beetles. Jackson, you're asking what their beak made out of. So mainly birds' beak made out of the character. So would you imagine our fingernails exactly the same thing? So which means if you could cut the tip end of the beak, would it resharpen again during the process of the growth? But only if you cut it harder, then of course cause a lot of infection, because just before that touched to the head and eyes, that's it's probably where now you would the blood that would supply all of a strength to make it growth, and then it comes out of the body, all veins. It's very sensitive there. would be the same with the and cat's claws as well. If you were to burn them, just gonna burn to very liquid, or just pick up flame as they're burned up. Same with the fingernails, the birds, beak as well, the same thing. So Birchall Stunning is also on a surge, where here it's beautiful open area, where it's sometimes quite a lot of visible of insect that this bird may forage around in the ground, search for it.
This is Jake Whitener, all the way from the US, and he is a holder of the Ticket to Dream.
I decided to support and buy the Ticket to Dream to help WildEarth in its mission of conservancy towards animals and the environment.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
And I would highly recommend that people would be involved in that program.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
Ever since I was able to get the Ticket to Dream, I've been looking forward to coming on this drive. It is an absolutely fabulous experience, and it's great.
The importance of forests cannot be underestimated. Over 1 billion people live in and around forests, depending on them for fuel, food, medicine, and building materials. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is the national implementer for a program called LEAF. The LEAF program makes use of indigenous forests grown on school properties to teach pupils about biodiversity. This directly instills a sense of ownership of the natural surroundings and reconnects children with our biomes and heritage. WESA needs your help to bring nature back to schools. Ask your school to join the program through the link on their website. Together with WESA, you can help take this incredible program to schools across the country.
Hello, I'm Marna, your WildEarth Safari Guide from andBeyond Ngala. What I really like about connecting with WildEarth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the WildEarth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on WildEarth.
So we now change the position. We're now sitting here on a dam wall, but I still had a visual of, now it looks like impala down here, and also visible of these hippos, which are still outside that water. All the Egyptian geese coming out of the water. Looks like he has 3 hippos taking it easy. They may come back to the water anytime. But basking, it's so important. When it's safer for them to do that, and you come out of the water and take it easy in the sand, in the places where there's so many rivers, big rivers. Find them in a whole bunch of group in sand. You can see there looks like 2 oxpeckers also sitting on top. And these birds, they take ticks on animals. And the hippo, they have a very thicker layer of the skin, but they still carry ticks sometimes. It's so that their ticks doesn't actually hold it for so long, because these animals stays in the water. Every time they return back to the water for so long, they spend a lot of time in the water. Ticks drowned to death. Roughly asking how long for hippo to get the sun burn. So in a extremely hot day, it may take a day or 2 sometimes when they're permanently out of the water, not to be in touch with the water anyhow. And that where they'll actually started to dry out their skin. But a 30 day, that's going to be a worse crack on their skin. And in that time, they will suffer and they will stick into a thicker area where there's a shadow. Where in the winter, they'll probably last 2 days before it becomes worse, because then the temperature's down. And the whole skin of a hippo, it's all covered with a little aperture, which is small holes. That's where the sweat come out, the liquid, to soften the skin when they're outside of the water for such a long time. But they do run out of this moisture anyway, and that's where they started to have a problem with their skin. So I'm going to carry on, search around for more animals for everybody. In the meantime, I'll be sending you across to Trishal, which also, she's around a watering hole.
Yes, I'm at Treehouse Dam. Unfortunately, the majority of the tracks I've found for lions, not a lot, just 3 sets of tracks. We're going west on Gari Main, but I decided to turn around and check this area first in case there are some individuals here. But they aren't, so we're going to keep on looking in that direction to make sure that the pride has crossed out. But for now, we're going to have a look at our lovely lapwings here. There's also some grey-headed sparrows behind it. And I saw some other little birds that flew away when I arrived, so I was hoping if I stop here, maybe those little things will come back too. I was also hoping for the water monitor that we sometimes see around Treehouse Dam. I like when birds with long legs sit like that. Because it looks like they're super short. But in fact, oh, a bit of a yawn too. But they're just resting that way. Water thickeners do it too. And then suddenly it looks like they've got half the legs they did. Hi, Liam. You'd like to know if blacksmith lapwings are the only lapwing species we get in the Sabi Sands? No. We also get a crowned lapwing, a Senegal lapwing, that's the ones we see most. There are other lapwing species in South Africa, but I haven't seen here, like a wattle lapwing. I've seen that in Johannesburg on the streets, actually. But over here I've just seen a Senegal lapwing, crowned lapwing, and a blacksmith lapwing. I'd love to see a long-toed lapwing sometime, but you don't get them here. They're particularly pretty. I see those birds that I was hoping would come down are dancing about in the other tree now. Wait, I've got my binos out. I'm gonna find you. Oh, never mind, I'm not gonna find you. They've flown off. Up lapwing comes. Bit of a shake, and of course a call for us. And off it goes. Okay, and off we will go too. Let us continue and first check the boundary, that western boundary, to make sure that or at least double check the tracks. I saw tracks of a male and 2 females that were on Gari Main heading west. But that tells me that they were very, very close to the fire break. So it could have been like they were next to the fire break, those tracks. So the other animals or the rest of the pride could have moved in the fire break, and I wouldn't have been able to see them very well. So, but I will be able to see if we get to Triple M and they're all crossed. And if not, it means that they're somewhere else and we can find them.
So we're also on a bumble, hoping to find anything. So we have left the watering hole also. It's quite actually a great day for the animals to be around in the open. It's not very cold. But I think lions, they have moved from that last position. And the guys are all trekking back there. So then I'm gonna work around different area. I'm sure Trishal, if she's around there, she'll probably look around as well. There's a lilac breasted roll sitting right in the top of the, not really top of the tree, but the side of the tree. Such a beautiful looking bird. He's all a lilac breasted roller. And it really doesn't really migrate at all.
We had to move around those elephants. They eventually came into the road, but there was no way for us to go past them without literally driving a couple of meters away from them. So we said, let's turn around, we'll take a different route. And this time, we're going to change our plan and head to those cubs we saw this morning. Now, we're not too far from the area. It's probably take us another 10 minutes or so, and then we're there. We are going to go through a few open areas. So, I mean, always a nice opportunity when we get to these open stretches to look out for things like cheetah and wild dogs. Not necessarily saying that they are in these open areas, but there's always a chance, because of how open it is, that we'll be able to spot it. And also for them, if there's a lot of lions in the area, they try and avoid the denser areas and they prefer the more open pockets. Now, there's a few open pockets as we go along on our search, and we'll just be checking them as we go to see if there's any signs. I must say this afternoon, I think this evening is going to be quite a cool evening. A lot of cloud cover, and already feeling like I have to almost like grab my second jacket. And there's actually a very beautiful view of the Drakensberg mountain. So I want to just stop here. You know what, let me try. There might be a gap up in front here. We just want to show all the viewers the beautiful mountain range that we can see from here. Oh, here we go. I don't think we're going to get a better view than this. So I'll stop like... Okay, wait. There's going to be a slightly better view. Yeah. LT, it all depends. I mean, the lion's behavior will In the wintertime, they tend to move more often in the daytime because it's a lot cooler. But in summertime, because it's so hot in the day, they tend to move more in the evenings and early part of the mornings and late in the afternoons. Have a look at the mountain range here, and I believe that's the Drakensberg mountain. And this mountain range is over 1,000 kilometers long from north to south. You can just see all the way, like extending all the way up to the right and all the way to the left. It actually looks like there's a vulture or something far in the distance. But it's so beautiful. Now some parts, like if you had to follow this mountain range south, like towards the central part of South Africa, there's actually snow on top of the mountains. And that mountain range from where we are is west of us, so towards where the sun is setting. So imagine just sitting here and enjoying the sunset. Could be an option for us, but for now, that's where we're heading. We're heading down in that direction to go see if we can find the lines. Luckily, not all the way to the mountains, but still going to be another maybe 8 to 10 minutes drive to get there. SG, I can't agree with you more. It is such a beautiful view. And there's actually a few spots on Ngala where I would almost say that's one of them, but there's 2 other spots that are just as beautiful without a lot of trees in the way to actually see the mountains. For now, as we're going to carry on looking for tracks and signs of these lines, let's head across to Tswalu, who's also looking at tracks.
I wanted to show you where I saw the few tracks coming off. You can see it's come off the fire break, jumped onto Gari Main, and they head west. Problem is that this is a very, very well used road. It's the access road for lots of the lodges, whether it's Djuma, Torchwood, or any of the ones on the side here in Koro, Chitwa, Little Gari. All of them use this road, and it's not just people coming through for their vacations. It's also delivery vehicles that use these roads. So you can see that up the top there, we can't see any tracks at all. So what we're going to do is just continue and see if we can pick them up again, because what usually will happen is, it's not as if the vehicles find every track and drive over it. There's usually 1 or 2 still left on a main road. So we're going to check it out. I'm just going to check here, see if they didn't come straight across. Nope. So I still have the tracks here onto my left. Hi, Paul. You'd like to know what other information can we get by looking at animal tracks? You'll be able to tell that it's a cub or an adult. You'd be able to tell whether it's a male or a female. You'd be able to tell if they've got a problem with their legs, like if they're limping or dragging a leg. But not much more than that. You're not going to be able to tell, the age and height and weight of the animal from just looking at a track out here. If the animal was instead walking on Morgan, just check your side there if there's any tracks coming out or going towards that game path. Nothing. If it was going to walk on a scale or something like that, and then we could measure, and then maybe get some data on size versus size of tracks versus weight, etc. Anyway, let me send you over to Andrew while I continue following these tracks.
Thanks, Trishul. Good luck with your trekking there. We got all of dwarf mongoose. Probably all over in this bush here. All we hear, it's all noises when they communicate. But there's two that one just ran off from that spot. But they are around. They are dwarf mongoose. They're quite actually very harder to, especially when they're on their own businesses, which they scratch the ground for their own insects, feed on insects, beetles. I'm going to go forward in case there is more we can see. There's one there on the road. Oops. So, KG, you're asking how big this mongoose get. Usually 330 grams. And that's bigger they get. Scratching the ground. Just all went quiet because they associate with hornbills and drongos, but specifically hornbills, which associate with these creatures for safety. The hornbill look out for safety, but in turn, they would benefit from these mongoose because of movement this mongoose doing, and it makes them disturb flying insects and things, which birds will fly and catch them. There's kind of like a symbiotic relationship going there very strongly. And they are diurnal, so they would be mobile during the day, and they don't move at night at all. There's also starling on the road, and a finch as well, a waxbill. So I'm going to stay put. Hopefully all of the group come out. If not, we're going to carry on.
Hi everybody, I'm Tiana, I'm from Johannesburg, and I am one of WildEarth's biggest fans.
Been watching for 4 years, DG here from the Ozarks.
It's been 4 years for me and I'm not leaving anytime soon.
It's given me a time away from the hassles of the city, and it's given me a connection to a place that has stolen my heart, which is Africa.
Last year we lost our son, and now we're just watching WildEarth. Love to all you guys.
You are reminding us of the role that we play in nature conservation, each and every one of us. You have reconnected myself to a dream that I had as a child to get involved in nature conservation, and for that I'm really grateful for as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how WildEarth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Success. This was very, very nice. It led us to these lionesses who are promptly in Arathusa. So this is as close to them as we can get. And they're obviously going to continue to move west. But that's okay. Darkmane is on the fire break, not too far from here. But I know how he's always behind the lionesses, so I just drove a little bit forward to see if we could find them, because we were so close to the boundary, and this is what we found. Definitely one of the simpler tracking exercises, since it was on the main road, and lions are one of them, for me at least, one of the easier things to track because they move around in pride, and they make very big, obvious tracks. And because they move around in a pride, if some portion of the tracks is driven over, you can still see other tracks, and that can help you out. And they basically, where you saw me and we were tracking, that's basically exactly where they went straight west. And straight into Arathusa. So we're going to, but we're going to keep on moving. Yeah, I saw him there. So this vehicle's now going to go in and view those females because they're allowed to. We're going to move, and I'll take you to see the Madoda. Hi, Matthew. You'd like to know how many members in the Talamati Pride? There's 14, 5 adult females and 9 cubs, 6 female cubs, 3 male cubs. Oh, well, not cubs anymore, sub-adults. So 6 female sub-adults, 3 male sub-adults, and 5 adult females plus. Beautiful, beautiful Darkmane. Looks like he's been having a great sleep, though. Our Avoca male here. Oh, I love to see animals on the fire break. The contrast is just beautiful. He'll definitely follow the pride, but knowing him, he might only do so in the evening. I just saw something scurry this way, and I just picked up my binos to have a look. It was a slender mongoose that climbed on top of a little mound, saw the evoker male, and then promptly turned around. Anyway, it seems that I'm not the only one that had luck in tracking. Nikki has also, so he's in with some flat cats as well.
So it was those lines we saw earlier on. So as we got here, we initially thought like we saw something behind the trees. We weren't too sure. And as we drove around, we can see there's the lioness and at least 4 youngsters. 2 of them are now drinking. And the other 2 are lying down under the bush there. You can see this mother's panting quite heavily, and it might be because of the full belly. You can see how big her belly is. It could also be because of the heat. Now, earlier on, there's now a bit of cloud cover that just came over, but before that, the sun came out and it was quite hot. And even where she is now, she's in the shade. So she could have been moving around that tree in the shade until where she ended up right now. One cub off to the left is just stretching quite nicely and is now rolled with his chin up into the air. For now, we're going to sit here, and I'm sure these lions aren't going to be doing too much going forward. In the meantime, let's head across to Andrew with the bird in the tree.
Good luck, Nikki. We got a juvenile here, a battalier. It's one of a young one. But with this eagle, you're always mistaking them from a brown snake eagle. But then if you look at their eyes, it's not a bright yellow. It's slightly reddish, dark reddish. So then you know you're looking at definitely a battalier, but they're still a young one. Just can't see where the parents is. Usually they would be around hunting, but also in that age would probably take solid stuff, but they eat carrion most. Anushka, you're asking how does the bird get their colors on their feathers and also on their beak? So not all birds get the colors. Some, especially when they're still young, they only develop to an adult color as they grow up. But this is due to the growth. There is a maturity stage, but there is also a juvenile stage. So we're looking at the juvenile stage there. But of course, we're looking at this beautiful bird who's sitting right there. They only change color to an adult, anything from above 3 years upwards, and they only live up to about maybe 14 if they're lucky in the wild. And then around their beak, some they grow their feather. When they were younger, still they need the feather because it's only, how would I say, cover, blanket. They need them because without the feather, of course, probably get cold so much. The feather will help with the warmer in a colder condition. So, Nina, you're commenting that this beautiful, such a beautiful. Indeed it is. I know now looking at the very young age, which the adult would have such a color, black, gray and slightly white. And the whole face will change to a red. And the beak will turn slightly yellowish tip. Black the end. So they compete with wherever's a kill, anything that die around. So we find them perching, wait for whatever killed it in that area. If it's a cat, usually which it is, then that eagle will perch right up in trees, wait for a possible when a lions or leopard move, and they will respond to clean off all of the remain. Is busy checking around, hoping for her parents to return. I was looking above the top there in the air, but I don't see any flighting bird. It's probably hunting far away. So I'm going to make my way down to Chitwa Dam, see what is going to be drinking there.
Still sitting here with a beautiful dark mane. He's not paying too much attention to us. We would love to see his face and him stand up in all of his huge male lion glory. But he's decided, nope, he's just going to rest up here on the fire break. But like I said, knowing him, he'll probably be like this until the evening. It's a nice spot. Oh, there was a little bit of a twitch there. Poor Twitch. You deep in sleep. I think so. His belly is not nearly as large as it should be. So I think this evening, if they don't manage to hunt, tomorrow morning is going to be the time. Well, overnight, really. That's their preference. Their time they prefer to hunt. And since it seems that they didn't really catch anything last night, but they were moving a lot. Very, very much, in fact. But knowing how they've been operating the last couple times they've done movements like this, they usually go into Arathusa and then kill something huge like a giraffe and then sit there for a couple days. And we don't get to see them again. And then they come through Djuma, tempt us with what we think are going to be some buffalo hunts and all sorts. And then they go back into Arathusa and then kill something else large. But we could always be lucky, couldn't we? What's nice about lions on a kill is that you get to see lots of different behavior, different sounds, and you get to sit with them for a couple days. So that's wonderful. So I hope that we'll be in store for that for the next few days if they come stay on Djuma.
Have a look at how Mom has moved from the left to the right now. Earlier on, all of them tried to suckle, and of course, with the one being more thirsty than the others, eventually Mom couldn't tolerate it anymore, and she got up and she moved away, and you can see the cubs are now by themselves off to the left. The one bigger one right in the middle was playing, but of course, not having something to eat, and also getting to the age where, especially the bigger one, will be tolerated less and less for drinking. He doesn't really want to waste any energy, and that's why they're probably all fast asleep now. But I must say, lion cubs with a full belly is quite a treat to watch because they're so playful. Marisa, that's a very interesting question. I've seen before, normally around 6.5 months, they'll start weaning the youngsters off. But I have seen a lioness that it was 1.5 years that was still trying to suckle from the mom. Even though it wasn't, or suckle from a female, even though it wasn't her mom, that lioness was still trying to get some milk from another female that was lactating. So it's a very interesting question. I mean, we put some of the animals in categories, that right? We think it's 6.5 or 7 months or 8 months, but it can depend on the individuals. Look at this youngster that just got up now. So this youngster is a bit older than the other ones, probably around 5.5 months. And the younger ones are actually the ones that should be suckling, but this older one, of course, the opportunity is there. And you can almost see he outcompetes the smaller ones in order to drink. Luckily, if you look at their belly, they had something to drink, or probably something to eat as well, because from two months onwards, they can also start eating meat. But it all depends on what is available. Sometimes if there's not a lot of food available, they might suckle for a little while longer if the mom is able to hunt and come back and feed them. You can see that bigger one is like slowly pushing that one off to the left. And I wonder even if this is the mom of that bigger one or from the smaller ones. Jason, they'll probably start joining hunts from 6-7 months onwards. Lionesses often, especially with the youngsters, the lionesses wouldn't often involve them in the hunt because of the fact that they're so inexperienced, and they would just basically mess up the hunt. See, she's not tolerating that anymore. Maybe as they were fighting the two, Mom decided she had enough, and now she's going to move on. But I've seen also with some of my experience with lionesses is where they involve the youngsters that are 8 months, where they move into this open area, distract the other animals, and while they do that, the lioness actually moves around the bigger ones and then try and hunt them while they're being distracted by the youngsters. But actively involved in actually pulling down animals probably from around 1.5 years onwards. The way the lioness is not lying down is to make sure that none of the youngsters can suckle. But who knows, maybe as soon as she just lies to the side, the youngsters are going to take a chance, they're going to go and try and suckle. I must say, these two that are off to the left here are actually adorable, the way that they are lying down. Just see the one's paw, almost looks like it's on top of the other one. And you can just see that white belly exposed. No, that paw is just onto itself. With the lions, in particular the males and the females tend to live longer than the males. Males just have so much more competition that they have to face. Often the younger males as well, they get pushed out of an area, they become nomadic. And the older males, when they get pushed out of the area, either because of their injury or because of the fact that they might be killed as they are being pushed out of the area, doesn't have a long life expectancy. Like for some of the females, there are females in this pride that are close to 16 years old, which is quite old for a lioness in the wild. And males, if they get up to 12, they've had a very lucky life. But normally the females outlive the males. So while we enjoy these lions for a little while longer, let's head across to Tswalu. Apparently also has some lions.
My male lion has not moved an inch, so like Nikki, we're going to sit with him for a little bit, and then we're going to move on. See what else we can find, especially since it is cooling down quite a bit. And hopefully, considering he's quite close to areas we'll be working, we'll hear when he starts contact calling and things like that, and we can come back this side. So there was a nice selection of small birds eating quite close to him, just pecking through all the cinders here on the fire break, little wax bowls, and there was a green-winged petilia or two as well. I mean, I can't see them anymore, but I think they are still behind just a tad. But without my presenter monitor, I can't really see them or see what you see with the camera. So I'm going to check with my binos. Oh, Morgan. Can you see at the end there where the fire break ends? There's two little birds moving there. Hi, Lee. You'd like to know if Dark Main's limp will ever heal? I guess it depends on what has actually happened, because we don't actually know what happened, whether it's been he's got an infection from the time after the buffalo hunt, whether he broke part of his paw or his limb, but that will all depend on that. Although given his condition, how long it's been, I'm not sure that it will ever completely heal. I think he's done very well, though. He's healed quite well. There should be a firefinch and there's a green-winged petilia somewhere around there. The green-winged petilia has a bright face with, like, what green wings. This is so fun. When we have to try and figure out what it is the cameras look. Well, I have to try and figure out what the cameras actually got. Oh, I can't see anymore. Nope, I can't see anymore. I hope that you managed to get a glimpse of the beautiful male green-winged petilia that was very brightly colored. That was dancing about on that side with the firefinch. But it's also if you didn't. I did. Which was nice for me. Hi, Earth Lover. You say that you're surprised that Darkmane finds us this comfortable. Yeah, I'm surprised at a lot of things animals find comfortable out here. Like the tortoise pan male last night? Is it last night? No, night before, yeah. Friday night when the tortoise pan male was sitting with his legs over the branch. I can't imagine that would be comfortable for any male of any species, but apparently it is. So a lot of things surprise me here about where animals choose to lie down. Sometimes I think lions can sometimes choose the smallest bit of shade when his eye can see so many tremendous pieces of shade, and they'll choose the smallest one, and they're all on top of each other and irritated with each other. This ground is no longer warm. It's cooled off, so that's not the reason he's sitting here. Maybe he just likes how black looks on him, or next to him. Well, we're going to move on and actually check Triple M, see if anything's come in, and then we'll come back here in a little bit.
Hello, Mike. It's Vernon from Milbury. I think Chris is the only other vehicle out at this stage, and there are no updates other than I think the Talamati are still in the Triple M area and sounds like that.
Never mind. You're still here? That's okay. I was about to put my jacket on because it's getting a bit nippy. Oh, we've got some movement, a bit of a stretch. Oh, half an eye open. Or rather, an eye half open. Because it is a full eye, everyone. Oh, yes. Those paws are huge. I almost feel like I'm disturbing him by sleeping while he's busy sleeping. Oh well, I'll be gone now. He can rest peacefully. So now we are going to move on and let's see what else we can find.
If you thought you had daddy issues, then think again. Many of the fathers in nature don't have the most commendable parenting skills, but there are some who are always there to protect their young. In honor of Father's Day, this weekend, Andrew and Trishala will be at the fire discussing wild dads. Sign up to be an explorer and you can join in the fun. And if you want to wish your dad a happy Father's Day, then send your messages and we'll be sure to read them out. For many years, WildEarth has taken viewers from around the world to the Mara Triangle, a place of majestic beauty and abundant wildlife. But it wasn't always like this. Before 2001, it was infested with poachers. Illegal harvesting and hunting was rife. Now the situation couldn't be more different. The hard work and dedication of the Mara Conservancy has revolutionized this magical land. But now, the loss of revenue from tourism has created a grave crisis. The Mara Conservancy needs help if they are to continue protecting the reserve and supporting the local communities whose livelihood depend on its survival.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
We are now on Triple M, just checking for any movements of leopards or anything else into Djuma from the west. But so far, not anything. I mean, you were just with me, so we just left Dark Mane. Had a nice sighting. Dark mane, some yellow, some blue wax balls. There we go. Went through the colors in my head. Green-winged petilia and some firepinch. So I was quite happy with that. All of them going about their business while there's a big, huge male lion sitting right there. Anyway, let me send you off to Nikki. He's also left his lions and he's on a bit of a bumble.
Wanted to give some of the other rangers also an opportunity to go have a look at those beautiful lions. In the meantime, we want to go down to more the southern part of the reserve. So there hasn't been any of the rangers that have been down in the southern part. So we don't know what animals we could possibly find. I do know a few guys are going to be looking for the Ross males. A few's going to be looking for the Birmingham Pride. But there's no one going to look in that area. And I almost have that feeling maybe there could be something worthwhile. So we're actually heading more to easterly direction now. And then as soon as we get up, there's a road that cuts south. We're going to start heading down in the southerly direction, see what we can find. I often feel this time of the year in the southern part, you have more of these grasslands, open grasslands. So a good place to be looking out for herds of buffalo, sometimes the occasional cheetah that does move in, maybe wild dogs. We can even be looking out for things like big herds of elephants as well. And of course lions. I mean, there's some other prides of lions as well, other than the Birmingham Pride, that will move in and out of Ngala. There's a particular pride that I'm thinking of that's often referred to as the Mbiri Pride that we have seen down in the southern part of the reserve. Now, we haven't seen them for quite a while because I think the Birminghams was so spread out, this pride here in the central part of Ngala, that we haven't seen much of the other prides around. But you just never know. So we're going to go in that direction and see what we can find. Jessica, I just think lions won't tolerate oxpeckers at all. Like, imagine now if a lion or an oxpecker tries to land on a lion. I'm sure the lion will try and catch the oxpecker. You'll even see with elephants in particular, like if oxpeckers try and land on elephants, it has been recorded before, but you barely see them on the elephants because, like something like a rhino or a buffalo, impalas, kudus, like if there's an oxpecker, they might try and chase it, but eventually they almost like give up and let the oxpecker do its job. But something like an elephant has that trunk in order to try and get rid of the oxpecker. See them flapping the ears sometimes when the oxpeckers are near. Lions, on the other hand, they'll probably catch them. The lions tend to do the same role that the oxpeckers would do. Like the oxpeckers are after the ticks because of the blood in the ticks. So the lions, if they do find ticks on top on one another, when they groom each other or lick each other, they actually can lick the tick off or even grab it and pull it off. But as we're mentioning, we're heading to the southern part of the reserve and just don't know what we're going to find. I'm hoping for, because of those pan systems, also to see a herd of buffalo, because we've only been seeing quite a few buffalo bulls. In the northern side of Ngala, we've been seeing big herds of buffalo. In the southern part, we used to see a lot of the buffalo, but since 2016, when we had that massive drought in the area, a lot of the buffalo herds have moved on from this area, and I think also a lot passed away. And so now, like as the herds are recovering, we're seeing more and more of the herds moving, especially as it gets drier. Victor, especially with this pride, the Birmingham Pride, over the last few years they've lost only a few individuals. A few years ago I spoke to some of the rangers and they've lost quite a few cubs, so then I would have said their percentage was probably around 40% or maybe even 20%. Now, over the last, let's use it, 3 years, I don't think they've lost. It would be hard to say. I think their survival rate would probably be close to 80%, 90%, which is a lot higher than the average lion cub in the wild. It's just like sometimes we don't know if they've lost the cub. I mean, when we start seeing the mother bringing out the cubs, we might say, oh, there's 3 cubs. But those cubs are already 2, maybe 3 months old when we first see them, so we don't know how many there were before we've started seeing them. So they could have lost there, but I mean, from those that, since we see them, and until possibly one of them pass away, there's very few. Except when the Ross males took over, they killed quite a few of the other cubs in the area. But since they've been the dominant males and protecting the pride from other males coming in, there's been very few losses. There's a little tree squirrel that darted across the road trying to get to one of the trees. It was in the open, so it probably felt so exposed. But for now, as we're bumbling to the south, let's head across to Andrew's also on the bumble.
So we're still on our bumble. We don't get any more audio of these elephants at all. So only the leopard, also track leopard, that I just saw around here, but probably this morning as well. And then I find out from the guys, because we're in Chito, and they say there was no sign of a leopard this morning in this area. So I'm going to try my luck, look around. If not, then we're going to finally head down to the dam, Chito Dam, see if there's anything around drinking. And then we'll come back in this area, maybe with the spotlights shining around. And there's a very interesting antelope. There, Theo, it's probably gonna go. It rain fast. There was a steenbok still there. It's disappeared into the bush. They don't stick around much, so. Junior, you're asking how many species of eagles we have here. I'm gonna count for you. But this time of year, they are, because most of them are migration, they come down during the wet, and then which most of them now they're already gone. And marshal eagle, which is the biggest eagle around here, we have, and tawny eagles is the one we have also. And as well as a brown snake eagle, but these feed on snakes. Chance of a black-chested snake eagle. And a lesser spotted eagle as well. So Tswalu is one of them. And the steps. So we probably have around 7 during night time during a wet season, or could be more, so we don't see some of them. But above 7 different species that occur during the wet season around here. We often have 2 different species of kite, which is a yellow-billed kite and black-shouldered kite as well. Yeah, I was about to forget number 8, which is Warbeck's eagle. So we're gonna go down to the dam, see if there's anything showing up there for us.
And there are bombs and there are guns in your head, in your head. There's a leopard. Oh no, did you hear me singing? Oh no. That is, I'm blaming Elton for that if you heard that. It was Zombie by the Cranberries, just leopard version. Because I found some leopard tracks and it was... Anyway. Then let's move on. Well, now I can't find leopard tracks anymore. They were on top of the moisture from this morning. I didn't feel like they were from this afternoon, so maybe after morning drive. But I didn't feel like afternoon, so maybe after morning drive. For a smallish female. Could be Kara. She was in this area anyway. It's a little bit east of where the kill was. So the kill was somewhere but a little further down, but between this road and Triple M. So we're gonna hopefully be able to pick up on those tracks again.
So I'm still making my way down to the dam, Chito Dam, and then I'm gonna stop there, check around, birds, anything that would be around at the dam itself. To the dam right now, so I'm gonna stop. It's quite a lot of sound, which is all the fish eagles making these sound, but it seems to be stopped right now. hippos still there. So may hear on the talks on the background because the Chitta camp is just on the side. But we've got a hippo there. So once it's dark, these hippo will come out. They will travel far from here just for grasses. They eat grass. And when they do that, they use a specific route, which they have made a little path where they get out every now and then when they move out of the water. Oops, that fish eagle break the branches you just heard. Grey heron. Yeah, the fish eagle. Such a beautiful call. So, Victoria, you're saying you love the fish eagle's call. It's such a beautiful, indeed it is beautiful sound, especially because they're competing, just the two of them. Just gonna listen to the whole of sound. Fish eagle. That's probably moving away. Rona, are you asking if do hippo graze in group? Yeah, they move in such a group, especially females. Male will just gonna go different ways sometimes, do his own patrol. reactivate the scent. They're highly territorial. But those others, females, will be together with their offsprings and all the young males. Mixed difference of cows. So they do move, feed in groups. Only if maybe that hippo I ever isolated, then lost the whole group. That's also common. Is that a croc? Or is it wood? It's a croc, right? See, there's all across the wood. On the other side is a croc of that wood, dry wood. Well hidden. It just looks like a black. Nick, you're asking how often do I see crocodiles on safari? I know we don't have a lot of a water-on hole that they have few of a lot of these crocs. And Chito often to one of those dam that views of crocodiles in this dam here. So once in a while, if you come around here, you're able to see crocodiles. So quite often we see crocodile, but not every day. But we have a crocodile in one of these watering holes, then you're sure that there's plenty of fishes. And then it's also accessible for all different antelope coming to drink. There's a car coming behind us. I'm going to make a route. The male hippo here. Hippo can hold their breath for about from 4 to about 5 minutes upwards when they're submerged under the water. So I'm going to stay put unless if there's anything happening, then otherwise I'll be staying right here.
The annual Safari Guide of the Year competition aims to create awareness for those men and women who dedicate their lives to tourism and wildlife. This year's event will be held at Marataba, a breathtaking privately managed section of the Marakele National Park in South Africa's Limpopo province. In celebration of this, WildEarth and Marataba Luxury Lodges are offering all explorers a chance to win a 3-night stay at Marataba Safari Lodge for you and a friend. In addition to a spectacular land-based safari, Marataba Luxury Lodges offer an opportunity for guests to cruise peacefully along the Matlabas River, watching the animals as they drink and wallow. The lodge offers you a chance to lie by the pool or enjoy a spa treatment, and one night could be spent sleeping out under the stars in a luxurious treehouse. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 30th of June, and it could be you heading off on a long-awaited getaway. WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature. Across southern and East Africa, the Endangered Wildlife Trust works tirelessly to save species, protect critical habitats, and benefit people. Join the EWT in returning wildlife to the wild. Go to ewt.org.za to find out more and follow our socials to see how you can get involved. Protecting forever, together.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond in Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the Live Safari page, and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
We're now more in the southern part of the reserve, and you can actually see how much more open it is. Like, I think I can see some elephants as I've just pointed off to the right. Looks like there's a herd of elephants here. Now, there is a waterhole that's not too far, so maybe, let me just move here so we can have a look at them. And then let's get down to a waterhole. Maybe there could be some of the elephants that are actually down at the waterhole side. Right here. I'm going to just stop here just to show the viewers more or less where that herd of elephants are. It's quite hard to see with the light, but you can just see there's one of them moving from the right to the left. And of course, just a couple of right in the middle of those two big trees there. But what I want to do is, because the herd of elephants moving down that direction, there's a waterhole not too far from there. Maybe there's a good chance that these elephants are going to go down to the water to drink, or maybe they've actually drunk and started moving up. So let's go give it a go. No guarantee, but I'm sure hopefully we can get a better view of these elephants. So the road that we're going to take is not too far from here. It's actually up a little bit more this way, and then it cuts back to where those elephants are. Really, with elephants, females tend to stay with the mom their whole life. Like, you can imagine now, if a young female is born into the herd, she'll be part of the herd. Eventually, if the herd starts splitting up, she might be part of the split, but it might be, if she never splits up, that she will always be with the mother, until, of course, the mother passes away. The young bulls, on the other hand, are different. The bulls normally get pushed out of the herd at the age of 16. 1/6. And then from there on, they'll join up with other bulls. So depending if it's a male or female, and depending if the herd is going to split or not. If the herd's not going to split and they are only a couple of individuals, they stay together for life. But of course, if there's a young bull there, he might be pushed out when he gets to around about 16 years of age. I just want to have a look at something. It looks like there might be something in the road up ahead. Could just be a ball of elephant dung, or it could be an impala in the road, but I just want to have another look closer up. It might even be grass. I think it might be a tall patch of grass under the shade, because right in front of us looked like this lump from a distance. For now, well, we're going to go to a waterhole. Andrew's already there, so let's go see if he's found anything, and then hopefully we can find something as well.
Indeed, Nick, I'm still sitting here at the watering hole. What we've seen, these two hippos slightly getting, or three of them I might say, getting slightly closer to look at us. But I think that is the average distance they may keep between us and them. So while I sit here, there's an update about the tortoise pan male who is in one of the property. So I'm going to listen into if he ever comes north, across into Djuma, somewhere west of Twin Dam, in that direction, if he ever gonna come more north from there. That would be great to see him. Tortoise pan at the leopard. So I'm going to look for that update every now and then, just for the guys to keep me an update. Look at these beautiful, very short ears as well. Beautiful eyes. Like, man, you're asking if there's any other animal that have a bigger mouth than a hippo. I'm trying to think of. I think they're the one that would open pretty much angle of their mouth. Crocodile can, but I think they're still the one that can even open than a croc can. So I don't think of anything else there. but usually opening their mouth. It's a way of yawn mainly, but also a warning signal if they are not happy with something, the human present, or if there is a danger around them while they're in the water, they can do that. Such a beautiful two nostrils. So when I submerge down to water, these little ears also, there's a special system that closes their airway, the hearing drum, so the water mustn't go to the air drum. So once they do that, eye closed, nostrils shut, the strong muscle to able to control to do that, and they go down. So Isabel is saying it's so nice to see such a lot of waters in this dam. And it is really beautiful to have water and also to accommodate such animal that they may access to water, such as hippos and crocs. When it comes to croc also, it must have, this dam have a lot of fishes to feed on, beside the game that come down to drink, but they has to have fish. So that's why the crocodile will remain here quite a lot. Renee, you're asking if hippo do give birth in the water or outside of the water. It happens just outside the water, on the bank or close to the water, but it's got to be outside of the water. Only the mounting that happens in the water, pretty much for hippos. And then after giving that birth, a few hours later, the baby may be in touch to water, that a mother will make sure that the baby doesn't drown. A lot of time, if it's so much water like this, the baby may use the mother's back to able to breathe. And they spend a lot of time on the top of the mother to reach the air, because they cannot hold so much air not to breathe when they're under the water anyway, when they're still young. So I'm gonna move on, and then at the same time I'm gonna be listening to the guys up on the other channel, just to listen to what happened to the total span male.
I'm just having a look if I can get to the lions again. It's just that they seem to have actually moved, and they're now making their way north from on Triple M. But there's a station with them that I can't get hold of, so I can't just, drive into the sighting, even though it is on our side of the property and it's not one of our vehicles. So we're just going to just now try and get hold of them. I'll do it just now. But what's really nice is that they are moving north, and that we'll be able to view them. Looks like they've just sat down in the road, though not far from, so they've come out of Arathusa where we found them, and are now on this road, but just much further behind us. Like I said, I just want to get hold of those people before I bump them. And then we can join up again. But it looks like they've gone flat again on that side. But I want to follow them because in this case they could go anywhere. They could go west, they could continue east and into Djuma, but it'd be nice if we know where they're going. That way we can actually have a nice sighting with them, and maybe they'll cross back into Arathusa and we won't get to see them. So I want to make sure that we get to see most of the pride instead of just a couple females like we did earlier. So let me get a hold of that station so I'm not rude and bump them, and hopefully we'll have the lions in a little bit.
So yeah, I did get an update about the total span male. He still hasn't moved further north yet to the boundary where we can maybe go stand by yet. But the guys still keep us an update every now and then. hippo eat grasses, just grass. They are vegetarian. Charles, you're asking how far would a hippo travel to find the water? During a drought, they can travel far away. Many of them from this area, they would travel back into Kruger Park to look for a river which has water. So they can travel far. More than 50 Ks, sometimes depend on where water is. Usually they're very good in sense of smell. But they only take that journey at night. When the sunrise, they're probably just going to take it easy in one of their thicket. Until it's daylight again. So they may not make it at once in one night. But they'll finally get there. Where drought we're talking about is not actually very good for hippos, and especially buffaloes. Hippo die easily without water for so many days. Not only water to drink, but to soften their coat. When they're out of the water, they don't do a lot of vocalization. They only carry on feed. But they're still vulnerable to lions. There was a young one. When they get threatened by lions, if they ever fail to defend the young one, the young one may get killed by lions. So I'm going to move on. I'm going to be sending you across to Tswalu, where she's got a flat cat stool. Cool, cancel that. So yeah, my plan is now to move on. Now I'm going to be moving along Garryman west while I'm keeping on my ears open for the total span male, if he ever reached Garryman, so we can have a look at him. I'm going to be sending you across to Tswalu again.
So we've managed to find them. It looks like there's about 11 of them. Which is great. Darkmane is still in the same area that he was. But they're moving their way slowly to the north, which is awesome. It's so lovely to see them scattered along the road like this. Imagine being the tourist that drives in and and sees these guys along the main road that's going to take them to their lodges. Just awesome. They're all so beautiful. Because it's such a busy main road, there's literally cars all over the place. Now, remember we were talking about the amount of cars in a sighting, and this is an example where 4 is permissible because it's on a cut line. So we obviously can view them because they're sitting on the Djuma side. So 2 stations from Djuma would be allowed, and then 2 other stations that would normally not be allowed to go into Djuma. Well, not necessarily, but usually you'll find that other stations that are not allowed to come into Djuma will be the first ones that'll be out here. Hi Janet, you'd like to know when a pride qualifies to be a super pride? So super prides are prides of lions that are really, really massive. But I'm not sure what number you can say it's a super pride. Oh, there we go. I'm not sure, Janet. Oh, that's how you give love. You just fall on top. You will find though with prides that are particularly large, that what ends up happening is that they hunt separately because it's not like one hunt is going to feed everybody. So it can actually be essentially like 2 prides, but that are also very familiar with each other. Are you going to come for some love? No, you're just going to sit down. Oh, look at that. So Google says, apparently, that Super Pride starts from 22 and up. Thank you, Alton. It's a very specific number, 22. I wouldn't have been able to think about that on my own. But like I said, lots of prides will that are large like that, one kill can't feed them. So they'll need like a big kill, like a buffalo might attract all of that, say 22 individuals to a kill, but still it won't be sufficient. They're all looking in that direction. And now all the humans that are around are also looking in that direction. Could it be that Darkmane's going to make his way? I wonder if you can hear Tristan's voice in the background. Just beautiful. Well, I'm really, really glad that they've started to move so early, which is great for us. It means that we can see them while there's a bit of action, still a bit of movement. And they're in a nice open area so we can see them all properly. This female with the bluey eyes, she's just beautiful. So like we've said before, 11 in this pride. 11 that we see here, and 14 that we should expect. Usually you'll find that maybe a couple sub-adults will move away, but that doesn't mean they're not part of the pride. They'll still be somewhere close by, roaming around, and they'll come back. It'd be nice if we see them reunite with a couple of contact calls, and then everyone together affectionately rubbing each other's faces and things like that. Wouldn't that be great? Lots of high hopes for this evening.
We have another wonderful guest with us, Sergio Real. Sergio is a holder of the Ticket to Dream.
I bought a Ticket to Dream because I love WildEarth. All of the guides have been awesome. We've been watching for years, and it's a favorite part of my day to get to watch the drives. I look forward to seeing lots of leopards.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
My favorite part of the drive today was definitely an elephant that paid us a visit and came right to our car.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
It's amazing being on a live drive in Djuma. It's just fantastic. The scenery is beautiful and the animals are even better.
The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, encourages people to care for the earth. Through innovative projects, they aim to reverse the serious issues that we face in the world today. One of these projects is Green Coast, a proudly South African award for sensitive and well-managed coastal sites. This sustainability project protects our national coastlines while providing unemployed youth with a love for their environment and a hope for the future. WESA is a membership and volunteer-supported organisation. Every supporter is helping to change the only earth we have. Visit our website to see how you can help care for our earth.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on WildEarth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
As I leave the dam, got a beautiful zebra here, where I mix with a waterbuck. And then it's also such a beautiful relationship going on. Where they're all herbivore species. But for a lookout, or safety is so important. These are our plain zebra or birch-hole zebra. Where the stripe, they had a shadow stripe. There's a black stripe, there's a white stripe, then in the white there's another stripe, which provide a shadow stripe in them. Oops. Here's a male with a buck. That's zebra that got a fully belly, probably pregnant. And they only carry for about 12 months. This is actually best season for a zebra to be around in group, where during a wet raining season, it got so much thicker here, and they may not stick around in that area. Beautiful stripe. In these stripes, they play an important role. I'm gonna roll forward. So every you're saying is always great to see a different species together of animal. Yeah, it is indeed very good. Where there is sometimes stick around with all the impalas and some of a giraffe around. Gonna stop here. This is one of the stallion here among these all females. A zebra. Well, it looks like this is another young male. So Daniel, you're asking what are the different call we're hearing on the background? So it's actually a squirrel that's giving a call. It's called a tree squirrel. Quick link.
Wasn't that awesome? That was amazing. The reason that's happening is because Darkmane is all the way down the road and he started contact calling and then they started calling. Amazing. Isn't that wonderful? Oh, it just goes through us. Can we see him coming from the bottom? Let's try and show you Darkmane making his way here from the bottom of the road. We're on the main road, so obviously there's an electricity pole there, but you can see him coming to join the rest of the pride. Oh, that was great. Oh, that was great. That was really, really good timing to be here when he was going to meet up with them. these lions right close to us, these lionesses, were really, really belting out that "come here" tune. We're here. Just amazing. Oh. You know that the males in this pride, especially those two males, I didn't see the third one around, but the two males in this pride really, really seem to have a particular affinity for him, and we often see them together. Even when he's walking last, the other two are also walking with him. So I wonder if when he joins up, whether they'll be the first to greet him, or what it will be like. I love how they all lift their heads up and they're kind of watching. Is he coming? Does he know it's surprise Father's Day celebration? Well, I mean, we all just roared. It's not much of a surprise anymore, is it? There's a bit of a dip there. You're going to see him pop out in a little, if we can't already. Hi Renee, you'd like to know if a Lion Pride also takes care of the weaker Pride members? No, they don't. It's a complex social behavior to do that. You see it in wild dogs, you see it in elephants. And elephants even not as much as you see it with wild dogs. That's because it takes away resources from your own survival and it prioritizes others. So it's altruistic, and true altruism is something very, very rare. So in a Lion Pride, if you're injured or you're sick, it's pretty much a death sentence. The Pride is not going to hang around for you and try and help. You might see, when cubs are sick, you'll see a mother roaming around like, she can't do anything about the sick cubs, but you'll find them being close to the sick cubs and trying to figure out what they can do, and often just walking in the area, but they're not able to do anything, and once a cub dies, the cub dies. It's a really tough life being a lion, especially a male lion, because you involved in so much confrontation, so much so that your life expectancy is reduced by a third compared to a lioness. That's a lot. So it is a tough life, and that's besides the fact that if you are injured, you're going to have a tough time keeping up with the Pride, and if you can't keep up with the Pride, it's pretty much your own problem. And that's why Darkmane has done so well. Despite his injury that he's recovered from incredibly well, I think, he's kept up with this Pride, and he kept up with the Pride even when his injury was very bad. There he comes. Yes, he's seen them. Hi, Jean. My thoughts exactly. You say, of course, Darkmane has to make a grand entrance. Absolutely. And have all the women with their heads turned towards him. And the two boys as well. The only one that's not, the only two that are not looking at him are the ones closest to us. The blind lioness and another. They're just like, oh, we've seen enough of him. I love that moment when he was walking, mostly on scent, at the bottom of that dip. And then when it turned to she wants to roar. Let's just wait. Or maybe she's got her nose in the air smelling him. But I love that moment when you stop and realize, oh, he can see them finally. I love a good build-up, don't you? Now, once he joins up, we're going to have to make space here. There's just far too many cars that want to come in. That's on the main road as well. But let's just stop to see this, at least, before we move off. He's almost there. We'll be right here watching the reunion.
So now we have come to Twin Dam, where we're looking at the beautiful water lily. All you see is just a little bit of the two flower that is about to open up, which not yet. Probably it's going to be in a few days coming, I think. A water lily grows in most water holes. But there are underneath, attached to the ground, to the surface, where there is a little tubers, I think, that looks blackish in color. It's edible. Human can eat them as well. And some small water birds can use these leaves to balance, walk amongst, such as African jacana also. It's one of these birds can use these leaves to be able to get in. So I'm gonna keep listening to the guys, but there's no sound of our leopard coming here anymore.
So we managed to find two things in the southern part of the reserve here in andBeyond Ngala. First, a beautiful sunset, and secondly, a black-backed jackal, or two of them. Now, the one's just moved into a bit of cover. The other one is still where this one was. It's just really hard to see, but we'll try and see if we can get another glimpse of this other one. But you can just see the beautiful sunset in the background as well. I love this time of the year when the sun is about to set and you can just see how it lights up all the grass around this jackal. Look at that for a sunset. I must say this is pretty special. Let's try and see if we can get that jackal again. think it might have gone and lied down. Oh, there it's up. You can see that with the black-backed jackal, very distinguishing feature on the back. It looks like it wears a black saddle. And then, of course, towards the tip of the tail, and notice all the black underneath. And quite a slender face. If that one carries on in that direction, we might not get another good view of them because there's quite a few bushes in the way. I think let's slowly carry on once we start losing view of this one. That might be it. Okay. Let's slowly carry on, but quite special. I mean, as I said, two beautiful things Owen and I found this afternoon, and that's definitely a very beautiful sunset and that black-backed jackal. So in the meantime, let's go to Tswalu with some lions.
The lions are certainly mobile and now checking out Tristan's vehicle. They're heading to the north. Slowly but surely, but we're going to have to pull out very soon. There we go, lots of movement. Good evening, beautiful. Yeah, they come. Once they all pass us, obviously we're going to have to move on, like I've said to you. We might not be able to wait for Darkmane to come through, though. He might take his time. Hi, one day at a time. You'd like to know why do lions have black marks behind their ears? It's a way for them to communicate. And it's a form of visual communication. If you had seen when they turned around and they were all watching Darkmane come down the road, if there's an animal behind them, they'd be able to see the dark marks. Another lion behind them, they'd be able to see those black ears and know that they're perked up for a reason. The other thing is that when they're upset, when they're not happy, those ears go downwards, so then the shape and the intensity of those black marks changes, and that can signal something else. So these visual cues that are used for lots and lots of reasons, probably that we don't understand even. But we know that the position of the ears and the movements of the ears do indicate things like aggression, when they're alert, etc. And the dark marks act as a flag on those ears. They also act as a follow me sign. In the grass, long grass, the lions move through, and those ears stand out. Which means that other lions can know exactly where they are. Now, after this beautiful stumpy-tailed lioness sub-adult comes past us, we'll move on and allow others to come through. Now, if they do end up on Djuma, then that means that we can spend some more time with them, but we won't know until a little bit later. At the end of her tail there, where the actual tuft is missing, is a white little bit, which is interesting. I wonder if the melanin was not produced where that injury happened and caused that those white hairs. All right, guys, we should move on allow others through. Like I said, if the sighting continues into Djuma, that would be great, but we won't know until a little later. Hi Nathan, you'd like to know what's the best time of day for cat hunting? I think I just caught that. Cat hunting, best time of day, depends on how hungry a pride. Oh, cat sighting. The best time of day to see a cat is in the crepuscular times. So that would be early morning, late evening, because that's when there's a lot of activity. So that's when you'll be able to find them moving. So it can become a little bit easier to find them, and they're going to be active because they've spent the day resting. And having spent the day resting, they will want to do something. Let's do it, Morgan. I love these shots where we get to drive alongside the cat as they walk, except now we will have a bush. But we have a substantial roadblock at the moment, so I'm going to just say we park here. And watch this one go past. I hope you can hear her as she walks. Her left leg looks like it's got a slight limp. I wonder if she was the same one that we saw yesterday morning get a thorn in her foot. Off they go. So we will too. I hear other vehicles coming. So let us make our way out of here. We'll have to make our way out the other side though. Oh, just as we're trying to get out, there's more action happening. So let's just get in a position to see these two come up the road, and then we can actually exit by going down the road. I'll bet it's one of the young males that's walking with him. Yup. Okay, guys, that was some great time spent with them. We're going to keep on moving now, see what else we can find in the bush, and let others enjoy the sighting as well. Hi, Jackson. You say that was simply magnificent. It was pretty special, wasn't it? It's always in moments like this where I find that I don't really have anything to say to you, because they really do speak for themselves. And I think it's important to find moments like that out here when we can just enjoy it. Okay. Off we go. That was lovely, huh? Thank you, stations. Trish out of the Telemati sighting on Triple M. Now what? Now what? I don't know. Maybe we go Treehouse Dam. I don't know. Twin Dam south, and then move our way steadily to the north as we get darker.
Hi everybody, I'm Tiana, I'm from Johannesburg, and I am one of WildEarth's biggest fans.
Been watching for 4 years, DG here from the Ozarks.
It's been 4 years for me, and I'm not leaving anytime soon.
It's given me a time away from the hassles of the city, and it's given me a connection to a place that has stolen my heart, which is Africa.
Last year we lost our son, and now we're just watching WildEarth. Love to all you guys.
You are reminding us of the role that we play in nature conservation, each and every one of us. You have reconnected myself to a dream that I had as a child to get involved in nature conservation, and for that I'm really grateful for as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I love being a cam up for WildEarth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
We've seen these ellies really chase wild dogs before. Let's get into spot. There we go, there it comes. Look at that, isn't that amazing?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
So we're just trying to listen around here. It's nothing much. Only one impala that is probably all about territorial growl, further distances. then I'm going to move. But I'm going to, every now and then, I'll try and stop to listen what's happening. I think that's always a good idea when you go and you stop. Because animals communicate through sound, so if you don't hear them, then you won't find them. Yeah, and you're asking what is the rarest things to find at the watering hole. I know most animals love drinking at a watering hole, most of them. But maybe you will hardly find these type of mice or a snake around the watering hole. That's very rare to find. But other than that, most of the general game animals, like such a all-day animal, they don't really participate in watering hole or get around in the watering hole during the night because it's not safe for them. So that actually dies by most cats and those big animals such as the rhinos and the elephants at night. So sometimes also the antelope can be rare to be seen at night near the watering hole. Also, you see in this area we have a few antelope that don't really have to go down to drink water very much. Those of a steenbok, even these of a grey duiker, you don't often find them. You do, but not always find them drinking. And those are the antelope that they survive through moistures from what they dig from the ground, these tubers. So I'm going to send you across to Trishal, which she's on a bumble. May come across one another around here, I'm not sure, but yeah.
I am on a bumble, but I think I see Andrew's lights. Was Andrew just a treehouse down? Because I just took Shibama Road in from where we were with the lions on Triple M. Oh, it's not Andrew. Oh, well, actually, I'm not. Yes, it is Andrew. Just have to look for the antenna. So we're now going to instead use Shibamu. Maybe Andrew would have given us good luck by pushing us in this direction. So now what am I feeling for? We had a great sighting with the lions, so I'm pretty satisfied with the evening. But we will continue to search for some beautiful sightings. Some spots would be nice for this Sunday Father's Day drive. Fathers like spots, right? Polka dots. It is a little bit chilly, but still quite bearable, which is nice. I think that yesterday it was really cold. Hi, V. Marina. That is an excellent question. You'd like to know, snakes drink water? They certainly do. And it's very interesting when they do, because they drink a little like us. So the thing with drinking water is that you've noticed that not all animals drink like us. Your cats and your dogs, they're lapping up water. Dogs are creating a backward kind of bucket almost to scoop up water into their mouths. Cats are creating a steady stream by very fast licks because of the cohesion of the bonds in the water. And snakes, they're creating suction with their cheeks in the same way we do. So the reason, yes, I see the scrub here, but it's going a little crazy. Let's just let it do its thing. I'll put these off. In order to create the suction needed to drink up water the way we do, you have to have entire cheeks. And that's why you might see antelope drinking similar to how we do, putting their mouths in the water and then, but not predators, because predators have a wide gape in order to take down prey. I love this because it shows you how everything comes together. How a lifestyle that involves being a prey or a herbivore changes all other things, but you don't know which has happened first. Anyway. So you need entire cheeks in order to do that, and predators don't have entire cheeks because their jaws extend and open so widely. So they can't drink water that way. Now with snakes, their jaws can also open widely, but they can tightly kind of close the cheek area, or at least sufficiently with enough tightness to create suction. But also they have a collection of tissues in their mouths that act a bit sponge-like. Not in the sense that they absorb the water, but water sticks to it because it's got a lot of surface area. So it allows them to look like they're drinking like us. Very interesting question. It's one of those things we don't often think about, unless, of course, you're somebody who has kept snakes before, or like, remember that time when I wanted to know how chameleons drink water? And people who kept chameleons, they might know. And in fact, one of you who have chameleons, or at least in your gardens, did send me a lovely video of the chameleons drinking water. They drink little water droplets that form on leaves. That's one of the things that is rare to see drinking at a waterhole. I know you were talking about that with Andrew. But seeing a snake drink at a waterhole is pretty special. Ooh, seeing a python drink. One time I thought I was going to get it. Not a python, but a snake drinking at the waterhole. So I was at Twin Dams, and I saw the spotted bush snake in the bush next to the water. I was with Gert, and we thought this was going to happen. But no, it was just a cool find, and it scurried away very quickly, and I mean, it was not immediately at the water, so it would have been a stretch, but it was the closest I'd seen a snake to a waterhole before. So my first desire upon seeing that was, hopefully it'll drink, and I can tell you about how snakes drink. There's many things that are slotted away in my brain that I've read about or know something about that needs to come out at the appropriate time. Sometimes I usually forget about it, but then you ask the perfect question, like you did right now. Now we're going to go through past quarantine, have a look for anything interesting over on that side. Gosh, there's lion tracks all over the place. But we might go check out Aubrey's Road and Sandy Patch area from Fiatilla access. Ooh, that smelt a little dead. Smells like a dead reptile. It's very faint though. Okay. I don't see any tracks around here that would indicate that a leopard's killed something. And whatever it is, it's old by now because it smells bad. So I'm gonna keep on moving and see what we can find in quarantine.
So I rechecked the Garmin, and then there nothing. And since nobody actually talking to the radio anymore, we believe everybody may maybe have a break. And then I may find out when they all get mobile again. So I just stop here, but there's people also stop on the other side where they're probably having a break or sundowner. So we'll carry on, do the search with a spotlight. Either bump on the animal, spot it. These are the two key. So these are the two key. I mean, spotting the animal or a bump on the animal. That's would be the way of finding animals at night. So I'm going to carry on and see what we found.
We are on quarantine. We've made it. The smell has escaped us, thank goodness. I mean, it wasn't that bad. I'm used to those smells. But now we are having a thorough look. There are no antelope in quarantine, at least not yet, which is interesting. Perhaps they'll be concentrated a little bit further north on the clearings. As for tracks, really easy to see them clearly here. I don't see any. Yeah, so I think for your tele-access, Aubrey's Road, and one owl. That's what I'd like as well. I'll take 2 owls, it's acceptable, but specifically 1 owl. Add a water thickening. Well, my cats have been up and about. We've been really lucky to see that. But Nikki and Ngala, his cats are still flat. Hopefully his will get up very soon too.
So we're back with those lion cubs that we had earlier today. And you can see they haven't moved far from where we last saw them today. You can actually see the lionesses lying down with quite a few of the youngsters trying to suckle. And the one youngster is just off to the left, and then a younger female that's further apart from them. But as you can see, we have moved across into infrared. It is that time of the day where we lost quite a bit of sunlight now, and we're into the night drive. Also with the young cubs, we're not allowed to use the spotlights. We're only using infrared around them, just so that we don't affect their night vision. See, the lioness just got up now. It'd be interesting to see if she's going to just move and then lie down again, or is it just because the youngsters are getting too much for her now? You can actually, a few of them are moving off into the bush there. You can see this lioness is moving now. If she carries on and she leaves the youngsters here, we'll unfortunately have to leave them. So I'm just going to move out of the way. You can see she's all by herself. It's almost instinctively that all of them, or most of the youngsters, actually started moving to that thicket. It might be the mother could have said to them, like, stay behind now, and she's going to go out hunting. Quite incredible to watch, because you can see, like, she's right there. Why not go to her versus going to the bush, unless there's another lioness, someone lying down there. Now she's moving right in front of us now. She might just find another spot to lie down. There we go. I don't think it's going to be long before the cubs are going to come join up again. You can see this one already sees it as an opportunity to come and drink.
let's head across to Tswalu.
I am not far from where you last saw me. Straight on view tele-access, we're going to check Sandy Patch. I'm just going to listen to the radio briefly because I want to make sure I'm not bumping the people who have joined the Lions. So it looked like they were, if they were going to turn into Djuma, they would have done so between Powerlands and Sandy Patch. So, well, I guess we'll be able to hear and see vehicles and we'll turn around. So never mind, I won't. I'll give you my full attention. I'm seeing a lot, and I mean a lot, of Egyptian geese tracks. I see Janet. Can you see it there?
No.
Can you see it, Morgan? Okay, it's just in that general area. Am I going into infrared, everyone? I was about to say hi, Janet. I had a question there about when we go into summer again in South Africa. It looks like it's gone away.
Was it on the ground?
Yeah, it was on the ground. Heather. Hi, Heather. Sorry I called you Janet. I was just looking at the Janet. Heather wanted to know when Deborah. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, Deborah. I called you Janet, Heather, and now I finally gotten it right. Deborah. Hi, Deborah. I'm sorry, but you'd like to know when we finally have summer again in South Africa. It will be in December. So September, October, November will be spring, and then November, December, Jan will be summer. Did you see anything, Morgan? Okay. It must have left by now. Oh no, my spotlight's been spooky again. Yep, that's us in the southern hemisphere. Where we have our summer at the end of the year. But really, Deborah, in September it's starting to feel pretty summery, and by October, I'd say it's kind of like the intensity of summer just changes, as opposed to a distinct spring. It's like when spring comes along, it's summer, just at a low intensity. That kind of is what spring is, isn't it? Okay, we're gonna have a quick look around here in Sandy Patch, and then we're gonna turn around and do Aubrey's Road as we wanted, and then down Gallagher. Well, let me send you over to Andrew just for now while I have a look around. I hope I'll find some white-tailed mongoose. Maybe that jackal out here.
So we're also on a bumble, hoping to find anything nocturnal at night with a spotlight. Which not only big cats that are nocturnal out here, so many of other small things that we don't often come across, such as a sable and this Janet, is possible of a caracal as well. These owls that also, they come out at night, started to fly around, hunt. So I'm going to drive quickly past Kalahari Dam, see what is in there.
If you thought you had daddy issues, then think again. Many of the fathers in nature don't have the most commendable parenting skills, but there are some who are always there to protect their young. In honor of Father's Day, this weekend, Andrew and Trishala will be at the fire discussing wild dads. Sign up to be an explorer and you can join in the fun. And if you want to wish your dad a happy Father's Day, then send your messages and we'll be sure to read them out. Founded in 1973, the Endangered Wildlife Trust has consistently and effectively worked towards achieving our conservation legacy. Contribute to this legacy by visiting EWT's Get Wild eShop and purchase products with a purpose.
My name is Lauren and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
Is it just pretended to be dead? Oh, that was amazing. I can't. How do I? It's like that. That is hands down the coolest.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Hi, I'm Mike Anderson, and I come to you live every day from Eco Training Pridelands Conservancy in South Africa. The wild animal I think is most underrated. I think buffaloes are the most underrated. They're so tenacious and ferocious and also very, very protective of each other, which I find incredible. You know, sometimes people think of the big five, they just think of lions and leopards and other big animals, but I think buffaloes are pretty underrated.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
So I'm here at the Kalahari Dam, but maybe the hippo have moved out already, because I know there were 3 of them. was a blacksmith, a lapwing. It was just calling out. You're asking if there are a genet easy to find at night. They are easy. And also, only one thing about them, they don't stick around too much, and they seem to disappear very quickly. But they're also one of the nocturnal out here that they're around, and they get mobile once it's dark, climb trees, hunt for possible sleeping birds that would feed on eggs as well. Alice, you're asking how many species of owl we have in Saint. So we have quite a few. The biggest one is a Vorose owl, which is a eagle-spotted eagle owl. Or a giant spotted eagle owl. They changed to a Vorose owl. But also we had spotted eagle owl, pale spotted owlet, there was white-faced owl as well, barred owl, and barn owl. That's what we have. So we have quite a few of them. And some are very hard to be spotted. Barn owl. These are the hardest, but we do see them. So we see about 7 or 6 different species. So I'm going to be sending you across to Trishal. I'm going to be also carrying on, which is also on a bamboo.
I am still under Bumble. On a Bumble. What did I even say there? My mouth is getting cold. I can hardly speak. I'm going to need a fire to warm me up. Well, now we are making our way from the north to the south via Gallagher shortcut. I am very familiar with this road, and I know that there are some chameleons that have taken up residency here. Whether they'll be visible, though, is a different story considering the cold. There also seems to be a really beautiful golden orb-web spider there. No longer, it seems. But the main reason I'm on this road is to have a look for tracks. So what we're going to do is we're going to swing past the pan and hope for the best. I don't usually find this road good for nocturnal creatures because, as you can see, it's very bushy on either side of me. So it's almost as if this road has been cut through the bush, and there aren't areas where there's lots of open space and grass. At least not many. There's little patches like this, but that's about it. And I found that most of the time when I found white-tailed mongoose and genets and things like that, they're kind of skipping around the open areas. That being said, I have seen a genet on this road twice, but on the road. Maybe we'll be lucky with another one. It's also not, at least towards the top of the road, it's quite sandy, but as we get down, it is not so. So looking for tracks is a little difficult. Hi, Lucy. You'd like to know if owls are nocturnal? Yes. At least the majority of the species, and all of the ones we get in South Africa. Doesn't mean that they're completely unfound during the day. You can still find them, they've got to be somewhere, but that's not when they're active. They're active at night. And they have very special adaptations that allow them to be excellent hunters at night. And because they are nocturnal, there's been a push for those adaptations, an evolutionary push for those adaptations. For example, they have frayed feathers. The end of the feathers are quite frayed, and what that allows, it allows them to move side. And that's important. Not frayed, you get the flapping sound of a bird moving. If the feather is frayed, then the air moves through the frays and doesn't just move in one big to cause the flapping of the wings sound. Now that's important. Instinctively, you would think because it doesn't alert the prey to the presence of and the moving of the owl. Yes, absolutely. But it also helps the owl to make sure that what it's hearing, it's got acute hearing, is created by the prey and not created by itself. Never mind. So they've also got facial discs, on their face, and it helps with channeling sound. So they use sound very precisely to catch their prey, and if they're busy flapping their wings as they do it and they can hear it, it would be a huge distraction, so it's twofold. Also, they have these large eyes that are able to capture a lot of light. Tube-like eyes, not round eyeballs like ours, so they can't rotate in their eyes or in their eye sockets. So lots of adaptations to being able to hunt well in the darkness. Now you have me thinking about owls primarily. But I was thinking about chameleons, and then before that I was thinking about leopards. Ooh, this is one icy dip. Ooh. So the genet that I saw on this road most recently was just up there on the other side of this drainage. Well, let's pop up. I have to stop here because I think I see a sneezewood tree. I don't often see them. Are they moving there? No. That's just this tree here. You can see that it's got these really fine leaves, but I can't actually tell properly in the darkness. Interesting. So sneezewoods are called that because their bark is quite peppery, and in fact people used to use it as snuff. And if you powderize the bark and you smell, well, even if you don't powderize it, you just smell a piece of the bark, it smells quite peppery. But you don't see them too often, especially not big ones. And here on Gallego Shortcut, I have seen a few, but like I said, quite small. There's a few down by Gallego Pan Road as well, but very small ones. The wood of sneezewoods have been used to make traditional xylophones. And depending on how the wood is heated, it gives a different sound. So that's how they create the depth of the sound and the range of the xylophone, by heating up the wood to different temperatures. It's alongside some combretums here. And the leaves have a beautiful color. I know it's difficult to see. Well, we'll actually check it out tomorrow and see if it actually is a sneezewood. Like I said, it's difficult to tell in the evening, so we'll check tomorrow.
So we're still on Bumble. We've checked, we've stopped listening around, hoping for any of the alarm call from any impalas or any of the antelopes. Nothing. So that actually doesn't mean that there's no kind can't be no cats around, so that if it's a cat, none of the antelope have spotted. So you're asking if there is any bat in Djuma? Yes, there is some. And there is bat actually. Got all the different fruits, bat as well. But you know, you can't frame them. They all just fly around when they hunt. And we don't know where they hide. If we wouldn't know exactly places where they ever roost for a day, because they are nocturnal, we would be visiting that area. So I'm going to carry on a bumble. I'm going to be sending you across to Ngala with Nikki, also who they are on a bumble.
We're exploring a bit in the river now at the moment to see if there's any signs of leopard. Now, what's quite exciting, and I don't know, probably some of the rangers would have shared this with our viewers, is that there's a particular leopard that's often seen near the camp, referred to as the Ngala female. And she currently has been seen with, well, not at the moment, but over the last little while, she's been seen with 2 young cubs. Now, I haven't seen them yet, but I do know the last place they were seen were actually in this riverbed we're driving in now. So for some of our viewers that don't know the riverbed we're driving in, it's called the Timbavati River. And it's the main river that runs through Ngala, but you can see there's no real water where we are driving, because this is a seasonal river. So whenever there's a lot of rain, it will start filling up. So we had the beginning of the year, probably twice it would have flowed, and then last year also during January, and as well later on in February, it also was flowing. But most of the year it actually has this dry surface, but just underneath the surface, not even a meter deep, there you will find some water. So that's why there's so many elephant tracks, a lot of elephant dung that will come down, or elephants that will come down, they'll dig in the river to get that fresh water. But for now, we're going to carry on and hopefully see if there's any signs of this leopard. Now, the last time she was seen crossing the river with both the youngsters, probably 1 kilometer from where we are now. But you never know, like, she could have easily decided to bring them back this way. Maybe she's taken them to a kill. Often with leopards, especially with mothers, is they'll leave the youngsters like the lions. They'll go hunt, and if they are successful, if they manage to catch something, that leopard will then drag that carcass into a tree. Once it's in the tree or hidden in the bush, she'll then go and call the youngsters and take them to the kill. But it's interesting, when you are tracking leopards on foot, you always have to try and track the mother and not the cubs, because the cubs, whenever they get excited, they start running from one tree and bush to the other, because they know mom has caught something and they're so excited they want to see it. So when you are tracking, it can be very, very confusing, because you're driving, I mean, let's say you're tracking and then suddenly the tracks goes to the right and then suddenly to the left, and it's very confusing and it takes a lot of time. And the mom is just going to go in a straight path towards where the kill might be. And of course, if there's any hyenas, you're trying to avoid the area to take the cubs to a bit of a safer place. So yeah, we're definitely going to try and see if there's any signs as we go along. I must say, Ngala is so beautiful. Now, for those, for some of the guests that don't know a bit of my guiding background, so I did a lot of my guiding at Phinda for quite a while, and I must say Phinda brags with some of the most beautiful views. And I mean, it's such a diverse place with a lot of different habitats. And every single place is unique. I mean, Djuma is unique in Owe, Tswalu Kalahari, Phinda, Pridelands, all of them are unique in their own way, but the one thing that really stands out at Ngala for me is how wild everything is here, to me personally, as well as this open riverbed, this very broad riverbed that we can drive in and look out for leopard and possibly lions, but leopard is going to be our main goal this evening.
The annual Safari Guide of the Year competition aims to create awareness for those men and women who dedicate their lives to tourism and wildlife. This year's event will be held at Marataba, a breathtaking privately managed section of the Marakele National Park in South Africa's Limpopo province. In celebration of this, WildEarth and Marataba Luxury Lodges are offering all explorers a chance to win a 3-night stay at Marataba Safari Lodge for you and a friend. In addition to a spectacular land-based safari, Marataba Luxury Lodges offer an opportunity for guests to cruise peacefully along the Matlabas River, watching the animals as they drink and wallow. The lodge offers you a chance to lie by the pool or enjoy a spa treatment, and one night could be spent sleeping out under the stars in a luxurious treehouse. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 30th of June, and it could be you heading off on a long-awaited getaway. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. Educating our youth about the environmental threats we face is critical. Our future depends on it. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is actively leading the charge. Their goal is to encourage children to fall in love with our natural world and to empower them to live sustainably in the future. Through their school programs, the children learn to report on environmental issues through videos, articles and photos.
The YRE program has changed my life in so many beneficial ways. Being out there at the workshops, I was entitled to talk with others, socialize, as well as my writing skills and leadership skills have improved, so it has been great.
WESA is a membership-based organization. By joining WESA, you will be helping to provide valuable support for these youth education initiatives.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalterns and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
Still driving the river. We haven't had any signs yet of those leopards we're looking out for, but you never know. You can actually feel the temperature here in the river is so much colder than outside. Because you imagine how all the hot air would rise up and all the cold air would come sink into this river system here. But still, even though it's a lot cooler in here, the sand, I can imagine if it's nice and open. Imagine how warm the sand must be. So for a leopard to lie down in the sand, and as it cools down, eventually start moving. I think the other thing that we are looking out for is not necessarily for them lying down in the sand here, but it's because it's so nice and open, is looking out for tracks or even them just crossing. But I must say, it has been quite a beautiful afternoon. And we never know what's going to happen in the morning out in the African bush. It's always a bit of a surprise. It's actually funny, this morning we heard a lot of our hyenas calling in this area, so it's actually nice that we are driving here as well, just to have a look. Maybe, you never know, that leopard could have made a kill in the area and our hyenas came to steal it, or maybe it was a dispute between two different clan members, or two different clans. But it was somewhere up in this area here we heard them. I'm just going to switch off my lights. There's a scrub here that's running straight towards the road now, or into the river. Well, beautiful afternoon. And tomorrow morning we're just going to carry on and see what we can find. Hopefully this leopard might be waiting for us somewhere along here. I'm hoping.